Now, I need to wait on the... Hang on, so I gotta making sure the audio's working the way it's supposed to be working, like usual. I gotta get my Miles Edgeworth voice back, because, like, I think my voice hasn't been the most consistent. Okay, that's working, that's fine. Alright. Now let's go ahead and share this with the loyal fan base, like we usually do. Excuse me, sorry about that. Alright. Share with the loyal fan base. Doot. I have the chat on the side. Am I able to charge my phone on the PS5? Oh! Okay, I can. Well, I don't know if it's going to charge it very well or not, but at least I can have my chat available on the side. Wait, it doesn't affect my PS5, does it? Okay, it doesn't. Alright, awesome. Alright, let's get my voice. That's a title screen right there. Okay, I need to get my voice warmed up. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! What's going on? Alright, hang on. God, it's gonna take me some practice. Now I'll get into it as I go on. It's fine. No one's here to see me do perfect voice acting, but for all that it's worth. Anyways, so the kidnapped turnabout. Honestly, I might not be able to do every case in one stream because some of these cases get a little fucking long if you ask me. But that's fine. Anyways, wait, actually there was something I wanted to say before I started. What was it? It's on the tip of my tongue. I believe I was going to say... yes! I'm thinking of buying 2 new pinball tables and helping out a particular buddy of mine on Discord who's curious about some of the techniques. So you guys can look forward to seeing me play either the Borderlands table or, ironically, the Charlie Brown tables. I'm kind of curious, I'm not gonna lie. Considering my dad has played Borderlands, and you'd have to be living under a rock to not know Peanuts. So I'm kind of curious how they translate over into pinball tables. I kind of feel like the Borderlands table might be like the Fallout table. I feel like they'd have a very similar feel to it, because, like, you know, they have, like, RPG mechanics and whatnot. Whatever. Anyways, no more wasting time. Let's get to dubbing. March 13th, 1:22 p.m., Gatewaterland, main gate. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything, however, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with. Ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself. All right, and I'm gonna work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go! I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth! The stadium! Hurry, sir! They're supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium! A witness? You! What do we tell you about leaving your assigned post? The jig is up! Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir! Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet with this witness. Oh boy, that's right, this character appears here. Okay, time for a character in the Ace Attorney franchise who's not exactly loved by many people. Oh god, the voice I'm going to have to give to this character. Oh my gosh, dude. No, this... I actually forgot that this character is in this case. Oh, boy. Wow. I'm gonna have to voice this fucking character. March 13th. Oh, wait, shit! March 13th, 1:42 p.m. Stadium. I looked at the video replay. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh. Oh, no, it's... Oh, it's not her. Wait. No, because she appeared in this case. I swear she appeared in this case. The other character I'm thinking of. Okay, never mind. It's Emma. No, it wasn't. It was after this. It was after this segment. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl is the youngest sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought you'd gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet! More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes. Scientifically! I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Time to chit-chat. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years. Please don't tease me, Miss Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm gonna be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Miss Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do! So, why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I'd really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I just missed you. And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I use these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully... My God. Why does she sound like, you know, like you're advertising a cereal box? This cereal is the greatest part of this complete breakfast. Okay, anyways. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine it with a special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. That's a very weird analogy. I just want to get that out here. Even as a nerd with his own set of weird analogies, this is definitely one I would not think of, if I'm being entirely honest. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking. So let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? I assume this is another Badger-mobile. Yeah, but it's a different color than the blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the Retina... Retina Searing Pink, that's a... Retina Searing, bro. Is pink really that hard on the eyes? You do have, like, a red suit. Was it red? Bah! Yes, this is the Retina Searing Pink model. What's that off in the distance? Oh, here we go. Nope, this is it. Oh, hey, it's the pink badger. Badger, get it. The photos. Badger, badger, badger. Just who does she see? Bah. Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? Uh-oh. Here we go again. God, I am not ready to voice this character, bro. I'm not fucking ready to voice this character. Wait a minute. No, I need to send Matt. Hey, God, no. I need Matt to just... God. Might just be one of the cringest things ever. Oh boy. Man, I should have known this was fucking coming. God. Oh, fine. Who am I kidding? I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by any chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. Oh! I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore! You're... No! Why her? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy Poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really now. I was trying so hard to keep up the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just gonna be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger? You could say that, but right now I'm just the Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag, but you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite. Oh boy, God. I gotta get my like arrogant old lady voice. Fuck me, dude. I don't think I've ever had. Okay, let's just get this shit over with. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? I go... Okay, I need to get a consistent voice for her. I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. God, my voice is not going to be consistent for Wendy. You're just going to have to deal with that. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. It doesn't matter if they're blah 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 blah. I'm not skipping this. This is just how she talks. You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further. God. Well, okay, the good news is I can just blah, blah, blah my way through all the points where she has forced dialogue. No, I am not reading all that. I am not going to go back, pause the video, manually read all of that. Nope, you're settling for the Charlie Brown adult treatment. Blah, 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 blah. Ah. Bless me. Aren't you forgetting about something, Miss Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened! I even saw the exact moment it happened! How's that? So it's true! She is the witness! I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago! I saw it happen right in front of me! The moment of the murder! You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me! Oh boy. What old bag witnessed? I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't... Bah! Hang on. I'll put the guide on the side here. Okay, investigate... Okay, Ace Attorney Investigations Vax. Just gonna pull this up just so I can make the stream not take, like, 15 minutes longer than it needs to. Okay, so kidnap, turnabout. Alright, here we are. Now we're on... Wait. I'm past this. Pass investigation complete. Okay, and I have to press every statement. No contradiction. Got it. Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately supposed to mean? You tacked on at the end of that edgy poo? Well, anyways, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Kay, you're not helping. Kay has no clue.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the pink badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat. Your hip creaks with pain. You may even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scare our... Jesus. You know, she's not wrong. Kids having to realize that they have to work their, you know, like 4 a.m. to 7:30 shift at night to pay their overpriced California rent. Oh, wait. Anyways. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So, what did you see while you, the pink badger, were resting? Oh, yes, that. Well...
Hold it!
You saw two men. Could you describe them for me? They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be really helpful here. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. Oh, it's all right, Edgy Poo. Those were just foals compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Oh, gosh. Why is this literally episode 7 of WATV? Like, seriously, Kiel and Miles would really get along on this one.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely! That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat! What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could find someone who could help. 2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? So, about this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean! I swear it's something you're going to like! What's that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief! Ah, I should have known it would be worthless. Ah, don't be like that! Ahem! What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood! What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief was actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see. Miss Oldbag said the 2 men were facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? Well, I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is the super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it! You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth! Right now, this simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I can find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in this simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so just let me know, okay? Stadium, begin investigation. Alright, so first things first, alright. Examine the blue body. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Well, this, because there's no blood. Yeah, see? I knew that! This is the contradiction. Huh? Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how do we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. The fact there's no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Edgy-boo! How can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down! You know, I kinda don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for this thing's lack of blood. It was raining earlier, though, in the case. Okay, so then we examine the stage on the far left. It looks like they broke the stage down. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Okay, and then... logic. Victim was kidnapper. Why is there no blood? Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So, you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there's a very good chance he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside of one of the stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. You think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints? But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. Okay. Next, we have to talk to Emma. This is amazing! Just feel the power of science! Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally! My expert knowledge in forensics is needed! Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me! My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything! Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work! Hey, I found something! Look right here! I don't see anything. Oh, that's right! Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These footprints were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way these prints are layered, those seem to be the newest. Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at that time. Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief's simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. Investigation complete. Okay. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony. Naturally, I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. What old bag witnessed. I came to the stadium to take a short break. And as I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who fell to the ground... Oh, whatever. I've said this line before anyways. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So, does this mean Mr. Oldback's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See? I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag and put it into the recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. Alright, hang on. Reloading the guide again. Whoops, wait. Scrolled up. Blah! Okay. And then... kind of was right here. Okay, yeah. Then you present victim's costume with the statement, as I was resting. Got it. Well, here, let me plug up my phone to charge again. I should just leave it here. Whoops. Also, I'm not sure why none of the loyal fan base is here. Maybe they're all eating dinner. That's probably it. Wait, my audio's working, right? No way my audio's not working. Maybe they're all eating dinner. Okay, no, so my audio's working. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Okay, so we present the victim's costume at this statement.
Objection!
two men, how did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Oh! Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense. I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. Yeah, here, I gotta say that again. I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, Not like when I was young. People then used to blah 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 blah. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it! Begin investigation. Stadium. Okay, so now we got to... Okay, then we do logic. We have to connect stages packed up, and then examine the red body. Okay, wow. I forgot this first Little Thief section is actually really short. I remember this one being longer on my first playthrough. Hang on. Oh, I thought I had to sneeze there. Ow. Oh, here it happens. Oh, that stings. Ugh. Hopefully it doesn't mess up my voice. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of information into Little Thief? Yes, if you'd please. Okay. Well, he'd have to be on top of the stage, and that's why the bullet shot was like through Oliver Deacon. There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at that time. Yeesh, I told you, I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes! I remember now! The killer was standing on top of the stage! See? Now let me update the info into the simulation. Ugh. And there we go. We have our answer. Investigation complete. Well, well, well. What have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discussed that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little thief is not a toy! You two! Sir! Oh, they rebuilt the stage. Hang on. Let me grab a water real quickly. I think my throat's a little dry. That should get the throat opened up a little bit. Okay. Hopefully that's a little better. Hang on. Any chat? Still? Wait, is the chat broken? Hang on. Okay, it's working. Sorry about that. Just had to double check. Excuse me. And there you have it! You see? Big boys like me don't need silly little toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you intend to assert that Officer Meekins is still the killer? Of course! Even knowing the crime scene took place... I need to slow down. Well, of course! Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. Alright, Shilong Lang, let's go. Agent Lang's logic. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins laying wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yatagarasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. All right. We have to show them the victim's murder notes. Oh no, victim's, no, it is the murder notes. Okay.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said the victim was shot by the killer from above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body specifically, where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh. Well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot from an angle from above. A clear contradiction! You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this is one point. Blah. No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistake parameter in our recreation. The victim and killer's locations. Excuse me. Yes, the location of the killer and the victim were wrong. I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. If this is what happened, it'd also explain the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Humph. Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Another bit of proof. Okay, well, let's see what he's got to say. I ask that you take a good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Meekins told us about... Oh. I see the angle he's trying to play now. That story Officer Meekins told about the shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then, he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. Well, that is true. Honestly, he does have a point that doesn't explain... Like, he's right, though. If the murder happened here, why would he need to move it all the way over there? And he was the only one who had access to the car. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The 3-tiled tread marks are very telling. However, is the Blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Okay. And then we present it.
Objection!
Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' Blue Badger mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the Blue Badger mobile never been... Oh, I did not have enough time to read that. Whatever. Okay, then we point to... the tire. That's right, it's completely clean.
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Huh? If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badger mobile? Don't be ridiculous! I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats! Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to this crime. However, there is yet one more roving store as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto Badger? That's right. There was one more parking space inside of that garage, and it proves the existence of a Proto Badger mobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto Badger mobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Huh. Hey, did you hear something? Help. Ah, I gotta voice him now. First we give him. Help me. Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West with kidnappers. He was in the room I was... Wow. I need to slow down, dude. How have I not learned this lesson yet? He was in the room next to the one I was held in? Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. Huh? What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but one was a woman. A woman? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I ever let you guys have what the kid just said now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you gonna get on my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Miss Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you. That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not gonna get rough. Well, I'm not gonna rough either of you up. I'll give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? My, you little rascal. You should know the way into a woman's heart. Lang Z says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my NGP with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with, so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. To be continued. Let's keep going. We're on a pretty good track here. Actually, we're kind of getting near the end of the case, I think. Okay, no, still in the middle, though. But look at the guide here. There's not actually too much left. Just a few more investigations, and yeah, we're actually... Damn, we're basically over halfway through by now. Hang on, let me just really quickly... Yeah, right here. Okay. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With land safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true! Tell me you've really found my boy! Yes, Mr. Romano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then, my little Lance is unhurt? He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance! It must have been so horrible for him! Locked up like... Okay, so first things first, we talk to... Ernest. Miles, my boy! I can't thank you enough! It was nothing. I'm so in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right! I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? The way Lance being chased after by, that's a weird sentence structure. Also, what, is someone's dog outside now? Oh my gosh. Alright. The way Lance is... Okay, I need to get this guy's voice back. The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? It's a very simple love letter. Oh, hey, let me see. It's good. That's reference to Tender Letter. That's actually a reference to Recipe for Turnabout. That is kind of funny, actually. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. Okay. Now, we talk to Lauren. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Ah, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't but... Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. Well, I suppose if they were me, then... I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but... it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either? I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Ah, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? Ring pops. It's so funny now that I think about it. Because I actually did have those way back. Okay, hang on. There's a new notification. What's going on here? So, which is it? Have you guys decided if you're going out, if you're just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved be I need to read slower. Read, not fast. And decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just, you know... And my father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it aloud! I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So, your father was an employee of the Amano Group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world on Pegasus. Hello. Hello, Ronan. Good to see you. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. About the case. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. Well, how did you know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. Turn into another snack size. No! No! I'm not a snack! I am not a snack! No! Bad! Excuse me. You based everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again. So, what are we going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The kidnapper's hideout. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Yes, you are. Search your feelings. You know this the bit. Yes, you are. Search your feelings. You know this to be true, snack boy. If I had like a robotic filter, I would, but I sadly don't. So you have to settle for that being my best impersonation for now. Okay, so now I gotta talk to the blue officer. Blue! What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir! Roger, sir! That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you to not allow me in? Sir! That's true, sir, but... Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Thank you, Gumshoe! Thank you, bro! See, little things like this are what really make me appreciate Gumshoe. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture. Isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? But the name here says... wrong voice that time. Gumshoe snuck by. I'm not wearing shoes right now, bro. I'm literally in my own house. You think I'm wearing shoes while I'm inside? There's no point in me doing that. But the name here says Colin Deveray. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Deveray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently, he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover the fact that he was an escaped felon. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for his wife and sole daughter, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. I see. Interesting. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try to remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. Objection, Quint needs snacks. I might get another drink of water after this, honestly. So they got about 10 officers to help break out the door, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 13th, 2:55 p.m. Kidnapper's hideout. So, this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. While you were tied up in the room next door. Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Begin investigation. Kidnapper's hideout. Okay, so first things first. We need to check the black object near door. What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? My dear snack boy, I mean Watson, shut up! God, am I never going to escape the snack allegations? Oh God, Freeman, Ronan, no! Oh boy. Swords don't usually break on their own. Never. Man, the second Matt sees this, he's gonna make a glass sword joke. Or he's gonna make some reference, you know, to freaking Fire Emblem weapon durability. Something like that. I feel like Matt would do that if he was in the chat right now. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it on or something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Okay, so that's one. Next, we examine the door on the bottom right. Take a fap, a pipe, and a posh bird. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright, so first things first is the sword. Okay, the sword already counts, alright. So then, what we need to examine is the opposite door handle, the lock specifically. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Not a single dent. But how is that possible after what the officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been used when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Okay, and then, do we logic here? The trash. The bottom right corner. Oh, the barrels? Wait. Blue container, okay. This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Next is... examine the chair. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The key. Do the key first. Yep. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. Reminding me of the key we found in the other room. That's it! This must be the key for one of those trapdoors! That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. Okay, and then we examine... chairs, table in the top left area. Examine any of the chairs. Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. And then we examine the cups. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. And then you can start logicking, alright? So first logic is folding chairs and 3 cups. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible that there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? And then next, we connect broken prop sword with door leading outside. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the door handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah! What is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct?
What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that?
This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties.
Look, why don't you get out there first and then we'll talk, okay?
Ah, I beg your pardon, miss.
Proto Badger, get! All right! Only one more to go! What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally? Duh! See? Look! Now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done! Ah, yes. I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? It's gone! But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong?
A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir!
Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it.
I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes have been taken.
What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. Alright, so now we can talk to the Proto Badger. What do you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing?
Why, just what I said, sir! We are 1 Bad Badger short! Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times.
Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park. The other one should be in that room.
Ah, actually, both of them should be in that room.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, normally we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we'll only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's a stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir.
I'm speechless that such a show exists.
Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume.
It doesn't make it the near impossible. Actually, that's a good point. Then, doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bad Badger?
Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I going to do, sir?
All this basically means that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? And then we point to the box with the head in the bottom right. This one.
Take that!
If you had 4 people and had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you all naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another Bad Badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 Bad Badger costumes, but the question is, why? Okay, and then next... Logic, unaccounted Bad Badger with costume pieces. The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be the closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right! Let's get it out of there and take a look! As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. Well, minus the head. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright, so now we examine the hand. Look! His hand is hurt! Looks more like something was ripped off of it. Okay, and then so we examine that, and then we have to introduce the right hand. Present the Blue Badger Bible.
Eureka!
1 second. Excuse me. Excuse me. I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand?
No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume.
As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon. Am I right?
Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show.
It seems that our kidnappers also had the need for the model gun, my dear costume friend.
Investigation complete.
I think we're about done with this room. So, what's next? Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay.
March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You gotta hurry, sir! Come on!
What is it, detective?
They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir!
What? Isn't that one of what? Blah. Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo! That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now! If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before Wolfie Boy does, sir!
Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. Alright then.
See, bro, we're progressing really fast this time around. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewaterland, main gate.
Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe?
Just on the other side of the fountain, sir!
Was it out here in the open all along?
No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly.
Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so first things first. Scroll down a little bit. Examine the neck hole. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant! That's 2 treasures in one day! How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too! Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon? Is it possible that these two... Excuse me.
Hold it right there! Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor! You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ah! A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence.
How can you tell?
Look here and read off what you see.
Lauren? Hey, it's an A... Uh-oh. Well, I think that's a sign right there, isn't it? Lauren, hey, the name is engraved on this.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper!
No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you're one of my kidnappers. Lance! You're kidding! Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yeah, it was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers? But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over.
Hey, guys! Case closed! Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time?
Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect.
We found it.
Found what?
That officer's gun. He lay dropped in the middle of a thick patch of grass.
Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are.
Who you calling a sham?
The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges. I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. And as I recall, it was you who said that, right? Right? Blah. And as I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you possibly ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that's happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. You know what? I think I enjoy seeing you sulk away at the losing mutt. All right, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. Miss Palp's confession. The one who came with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There! Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Palps, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that's the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. All right then, let's go. You press on Mr. Deacon turned on me. Got it.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops? Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? And yes, you do. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers! It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon would have... Blah. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Palps. Is it Pops or Palps? I'm trying to, decide on that. Whatever. Okay, so then we do... Mr. Deacon's pendant first, okay?
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right! They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material! I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Huh? Shall we give it a try? Well, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. What? No! That can't be! So the two make a set, huh? And just another trinket? It's not as though this changes anything, you know? You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives the meaning to this Pegasus pendant. And then the dossier. Yep.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched onto this horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what is written on Mr. Deveray's dossier. But what I really want to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind why does that not give me a chance to read it. Holy shit. Whatever.
Take that!
Excuse me. Mr. Deveray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops. That's a lie! That person was not my father! He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter, but isn't it possible they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Would you say my scenario's perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things may have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right? And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together? That's right! As one really rotten family! Is that really what happened? I better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Okay, now we present the stolen costumes at the statement, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan the little kidnapping. Got it. The stolen costumes.
Objection!
The kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. Making sure the audio's good. The kidnapping wasn't planned. Okay, audio's good. Just wanted to double check. Sorry. I know sometimes stream audio can get glitchy, so I had to, yeah. Okay. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. Wait, 3?! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Well, who? Who could possibly be the mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. And now we present Lance.
Take that!
Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the face of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but one was a woman.
That's right. How would he have known if one was a woman? However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said.
That's right. He also revealed that he knew one of them was a woman.
How would he have known that if they were all wearing costumes?
But I only saw 2 people.
This guy is being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes. About when you're being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. That's right. He also did come out strangely. Why were we not able to find him? Why did he pop out at the most convenient time? Why did he immediately be like, Lauren, you couldn't have? This guy is clearly dirty, you fucking little bitch, you. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive?
I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you?
Lance's testimony.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay?
Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right?
No, not quite yet.
Ah, how can you not? Why do you look at me with those icy daggers in your eyes?
Because he's a prosecutor. Because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes offer the discerning of the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Alright, Lance. I'll be honest, this twist can be seen coming a mile away. I'll be honest, this might be one of the weaker culprits in the game just because, I mean, I'm gonna be blunt here. It's pretty fucking obvious that the whole kidnapping was a sham. Alright, anyways. Okay, so we press on. I made my escape.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape?
I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape.
I remember our escape to be equally as hard. Are you sure you're not just on a sugar high, snack boy? Bro, I haven't eaten in a while. Well, actually, no, I ate dinner, but I didn't have much sugar with it. Anyways. I remember our escape was equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. Okay, and then we present the broken prop sword.
Objection!
You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What's that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Huh? Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not simply just remove the sword and escape?
Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it.
As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not in fact possess the key to the door. That's why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way.
And what would that be?
A motive! What else? Do you honestly think that an uptight, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Actually, I forgot what his motive was now that I think about it.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears that our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ugh! Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your old man, huh? All right, I give up! I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we're really bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance! Then, are you giving yourself up? Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back! He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after. Is Lance cringe or based? He is cringe, bro. He's honestly, he's one of the weaker culprits in the entire franchise. It's one of the reasons why the ending to this case is really kind of underwhelming. However, he's not the most cringe culprit in the franchise. That honor goes to someone else. But that's a story for another time. That being said, I will say though, I'll give Lance a little bit of credit. On my first playthrough, even though it is really bloody obvious that the kidnapping was a sham from the start, to give this game the tiniest bit of credit, on my first playthrough, I didn't see it coming. And back from Chip, yo, Peyton! Good to see you again, buddy boy! Anyways. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. Can we kill him, please? When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. Wait, I meant to add space. That's fine, I gotcha. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on the bad badger costume, took the suitcase with $1 million, and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you? Chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me. He aimed to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming to focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad, even without knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. All right. Let's see now. I need to press, but the Bad Badger pointed his gun at me.
Hold it!
You press this one. Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Palps, please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. Okay. In his left hand at me, and that contradicts it because it was in his right hand. Okay. Oh, no, actually, you're meant to put his dossier. But you want to do the missing gun, because that's attached to the right hand. Yeah. Wait. Okay, no, it is the left hand. Okay, never mind. Okay, dominant hand right. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need a refresher course here. The Bad Badger's a model gun attached to his right hand. Okay, so it is his right hand. Wait, why is it showing the... Oh, because my video is mirrored. That's why. I'm like, that is his... Okay, no. So it was his right hand. Yeah, it is his right hand. Oh my god, because my video's mirrored. I am, bro. Okay, I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. I swear to god I'm not. Which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that when it went... Isn't it possible it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Palps was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness! Out with it already! Miss Palps told us earlier. There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Palps? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction here. Yes, Miss Palps claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. And it's... both are correct. They're both correct. Impossible! That just leaves us with an unsolvable contradiction! Miss Palp's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands. Because there was a missing model gun.
Take that!
What?! Get your head on straight, Mr. Prosecutor! That doesn't show me diddly squat! I knew it! What I saw was just a mirage! Wait, I can explain! Miss Pops... Okay, so... No, but it had the gun ripped off! I have the proof! Oh my gosh. Okay, it's one of these moments in an Ace Attorney game. Okay, fine. Okay, what does the guide say? Oh my gosh, dude.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, the head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Palv saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, it is not possible. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the badger Miss Palv saw was really... Why does it not let me read all of it? Okay, it's the proto-badger.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Palps was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that's left is the proto-badger costume. Miss Palps, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume? That would be Lance! Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which, he plotted to shoot Miss Palps while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Palps into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Palps and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would have I done all that, huh? There is but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No! That's slander! Take it back! You take it back right now! Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Palps, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is one-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire, and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. So this guy tried to frame his own lover. Wow. Lance, man, you... How the bonds of love are so fragile.
Take that!
We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one, not the best case for an ace to support that. And yet Lauren is still absolutely infatuated with him and was willing to go with this fake kidnapping plot so he could pay off his debt. It was not the same one the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Palps, where's the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although, I believe we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is just pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I'm right is very high. Okay, let's pretend you're right and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? Well, I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it! However, I do believe the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second! It's simply not possible! Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? What Miss Palp saw. I came back to the hideout long after the two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought that it would attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone.
Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at the time. Wouldn't you agree?
Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail.
Okay.
You tie Mr. securely to the... Okay, so that's how is what I have to press.
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I'm certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul, and she still wants to love him after this. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a bad badger head. Okay. And then... press this. So the tie that Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume. Yes, and... It appeared that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Raise it! The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Palps, shows up the person that you saw was not the victim. And then we present the bad badger's head.
Take that!
Miss Palps, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. That's right, because we were in that room. We were in that room. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? Oh, Lance. Uh-oh. It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right?
That's...
You showed Miss Palps a person, namely me with a bad badger's head on. And then made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway.
Hold your tongue, boy! Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth.
Tidal wave?
We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment, all that could have happened while you were out cold.
That's right! You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Palps would still have seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really had no idea if you were there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing here. Who said that?
Please wait. Mr. Romano.
Oh, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad! Let's see, you're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh? Do you now? Is that what I think it is? It's the Bad Badger's costume the victim was wearing, and a gun! I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Ah! Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There now. Agent Lang, please, calm down. Huh? What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the chief of police. Please, allow Mr. Romano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The chief of police? What the? Just who the hell does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Oh, there now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. All right, now, let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had special forensics. Man, this old man's actually really coming in clutch here. I'm gonna be honest. Thank God he showed up when he did. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with to conduct the tests. They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren! What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache! Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you have no reason left to push my poor boy around. Oh. Old man? Guys, prepare the coffin early. We got someone coming to the morgue very, very soon. Do you hear me? Really, really soon. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Ha! I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, let's see now. So first things first, we examine the bullet hole. This bullet hole looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? Because it's proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Okay, next. Examine the revolver. Could this be the actual murder weapon? Then we have to examine the other gun. Oh, it's not an option, okay. And then examine the head hole for the piece of glass inside. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, that's Sparkle! I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Well, are these not the most definitive piece of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Decisive evidence. Now we got the epic final cross-examination music. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 dun 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 dun. Okay, We can jam out to the music later. Make no mistake. Oh, I gotta get my Lance voice back. Make no mistake. There are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And who proved that it was Lolly? Oh, and they proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Miss Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no! This isn't helpful at all! Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is to save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? All right, Lance. Put the nail in the coffin. Okay. So, first things first. We press the statement, make no mistake.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can be... Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? And we raise it. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on the gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's print should not be on the gun is, well, because she was in costume, so she couldn't have been. Is an objection. Oh, the Bad Badger's head.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake! We found fingerprints! Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit, back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That's when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Palps is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is the cold-blooded killer here. Oh, Lance! What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her! But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. And then we present the victim's costume. Why are they both the badger? That's so odd. Okay.
Take that!
Let's take another good look at the costume that the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. It's the mirror fragments. Oh, highlight the bullet hole. Nope.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. So then, you mean the murder Miss Olbag saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated at a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were just before I was imprisoned was... I've got it!
I know the real scene of the murder. The real location which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. The haunted house. Because that's the one spot we haven't investigated yet. Bang! I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house, huh? Yes, and I have proof that it's highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? The mirror fragments. These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They are fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside of a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. She's not wrong. I'd probably scrape myself. However, there's one place I can think of where they have a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. We're playing Clue, lol. Honestly, now that I think about it, this entire case does have very Clue vibes, doesn't it? I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet! Yes, please, do something! Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense! Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you! Now be quiet, Gramps! How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mere bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Lang Z says, on Truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? Since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. All right, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing. Got that? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth will be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization, immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. See, this is what I like about Lang. Even though he's kind of your rival in this game, he actually does have a sense of honor. Even though he's kind of a meathead, he is able to do good in this world. Who is that? Can we please kill Lang? Bro, no. Lang, no, Pate, I'm telling you, Lang really comes through at the end of this game. See, this is the thing that I like about Lang, is that unlike Francisca, because see, here's the thing. This is another reason why I hate Francisca. Lang is literally Francisca done right. You'll see why in a bit, or you see why specifically in Case 5. But Lang really comes through at the end of this game. Who the hell was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano, Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What's this? Sheena! It's the deed to the haunted house. You motherfucker! Old man! Oh my god. Bro, at this day and age, it's always the money bags who... The deed? Read it aloud! Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Romano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full in cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid! Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him after all. He did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. You. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Romano definitely had the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. The fucking old man, dude! It's always the money bags! It's always the rich! Okay, let's relax a little here. No! This old man's getting his comeuppance. Him and his douchebag son are getting it now. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gatewater Land, main gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Kay? Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... Of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. I gotta say right now, very clutch using Little Thief here. For the record, Matt, you weren't here. You weren't here, Matt, when Kay first showed this off. But Kay's Little Thief is a device that is able to compute really complex data and recreate scenes. Apparently, she claims that this device was originally made for the Yatagarasu to steal information, like it did in the newspapers, but she's using it here to recreate the scene of the crime. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. So you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprints among the police reference documents?
Yes, sir! We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case.
All right, I'll input the haunted house data then.
What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house.
Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured that out yet? Heh, maybe I have, maybe I haven't, but I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. God, I love Kay so much. I love her. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Hey? What was the badger doing all the way down there? Like Kay be his companion. I mean, she kind of already is. Well, self-proclaimed. But anyways. I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Then, I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. Then I point to the green dot. Yep. That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, Kay. Well, Lance? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? All right, then. You're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, and putting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Begin investigation. Haunted house. Okay, Kay. Thank you for this. So examine the bad badger figure. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay then, where were you hit? It was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch! Sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I was looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. So yeah, it's probably the broken prop sword.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on the sword? So we should test it with luminol because... yeah, there's no fingerprints due to the fact that they were using costumes. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, might I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Huh, like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. I understand. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword you were hit with then, right? Okay, good to know. Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. And now... oh, I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so first thing we do is... we deduce the left hand, holding the sword. And then... we present broken prop sword.
Eureka!
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, came to the left side of the sword. Yep, that's true. Unless they backhanded it. But, I mean, it's probably just likelier to just clunk rather than backhand it. The opposite side? Huh? If the culprit held this sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blow was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big... actually, you know what? Never mind. Backhanding, he's right about that. I think it's too... yeah, you know what? He's right. You're right. I forgot. It is a saber. The handguard would get in the way. So no, you're right. It would be impossible to hold with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The fact that he would be holding the missing model gun.
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right! And then what now? If it wasn't his left hand or his right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine! It was me! I hit you! It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Ah! Kay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it! Here I go! Alright. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright! All we have to do is examine this new recreation and... And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey! Don't make fun of Little Thief, you mean old werewolf! He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other! You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show how the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 wonders of the haunted house. The disappearing badger? What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll at the end of the hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Huh? But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you down the completely wrong conclusion. Huh? Now get off your high horse! Mr. Edgeworth! Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. What? You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. We'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, then where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're gonna find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go! Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Alright, so now we update, so we deduce, wait. I'm missing one gun, update, deduce, highlight the belt. Hang on. Wait, why is it not telling me to... Huh? Is this the proto-badger who struck me? I suppose it should really say that it has lance. Ooh, are you going to get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring will court... I'm messing up my speech now. I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival. Okay, so I know what I have to do now. How do I run? Oh, I have to use the control stick to run. Whoops. This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so now we have to deduce, highlight the belt. And then we present the Blue Badger Bible. Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it's in the pamphlet. So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Okay, so then after that, we Examine the mirror near the slumped badger. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know that this is the real crime scene thanks to the mirror shards. And there we have it. Hey, wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. These pieces are from that costume. They're completely different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Okay, and then now we logic. Blue badge in reverse with mirror shards. Because this is how the disappearing badger trick works. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built the mirror wall. And it's the pamphlet. Yeah, I present the pamphlet.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. You move the mirror wall. To remove the reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here.
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it's most definitely broken. The question is, when was it broken? And here's the funny thing. You may remember in the intro scene, we heard a gunshot and glass shattering. Because yeah, you remember when Miles dropped off the ransom money, you did hear one. Now, normally you would assume that's just part of the haunted house's sound effects. Nope, that was a clue. Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go, now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Ah, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it! Now this, I believe, this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although, at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then, yes, I believe it was then the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist, Kay. Please recreate that. Got it! Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything! No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies... And then we present the far left area.
Take that!
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there! Exactly. The blue badger I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. We present the victim's costume.
Take that!
The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Ugh! What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is final and the decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror was broken. Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Ah! Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano! I'm sorry! It's not like I had a choice! Oliver turned on me all of a sudden! He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you! He shoved me to the ground and straddled me! I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him! The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror! If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found! He's a hardened criminal! He escaped from jail! See? That's justified self-defense! My boy was only trying to protect himself! That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. Heh! As if you were the one in charge around here! Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight!
Wait! I had nothing to do with the murder! The only person you should be arresting is Lads! Now he turns on his own son! Both of you, get the fuck out of here! Dad! Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tamper with the evidence so you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? Right, because Lang is Interpol. Francisco said he was working with Interpol, and he was the agent. He also knew Mr. Acme Hicks, the victim of the previous case, and remember guys, this case and case 2 chronologically takes place before case 1. So this is in the past before case 1. What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Mono, about a case from 10 years ago. And what was the case that was stolen? The case file stolen from Edgeworth's office. That was also from a case 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name used in it here? Sheena! It's known as the KG8 incident, which was, as you recall, the title on the videotape Jock Portsman had stolen from Mr. Buddy Faith. It's known as the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? Oh, so you remember it, huh? Good. And you recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an international of an internal smuggling ring. Also, Matt, you remember what Jock Portsman had said to Edgeworth when Mr. Faith delivered the letter? He had delivered him 3 pieces of evidence. The KG8 video, a gun, and a pendant. We're seeing the case that Mr. Portsman had mentioned in case 1. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray. Father? Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveray, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you. See, this fucker pinned it on his son. His son tried to pin it on Lauren. This is why you can't trust money bags. This is why you can't trust money bags. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you, which is why, when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please, calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice, long chat. What the? Who the heck was that? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the hell are you? I'm Jock Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jock, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So, if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal?
sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the 2 suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Heh, it's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amato in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the hell? Irontail's never wrong! In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring! Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Romano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. And honestly, I kind of can't blame Lang on this one. Despite the fact that he's hard-nosed, I kind of see why he feels the way he does. I mean, bro, the fact that we know in Ace Attorney history, corruption is all over this series. This is something Ace Attorney has shown constantly. There is always corruption in these games. Lang, he kind of has a point here. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. Got that? So, don't you forget it! Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhengfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Where? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive the prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed ourselves out. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's all right with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir! Excuse me?
Yes, what is it?
Thank you very much!
Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate! What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. my voice is cracking really hard right now. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Palps, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Palps. Me? Lance realized the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father! As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do. But that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much! You're welcome, although there's no need to thank me. Ah, no, Lauren, stop! I mean, this man's so much old. Oh my god, Lauren! Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir! Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief! What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you! Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Looks like you two have totally forgotten me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. To that fateful day, 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. The next case is the absolute best one in the entire game. Maybe not the best in the investigations duology, but definitely the best of the first game. And there we have it. That is the Kidnapped Turnabout. And you know what? I actually am going to do the opening for this one. Let me get some water. I'll just do like the opening section, you know, just so I can get into it a little bit, because these cases get really, really long. So it's probably a good idea of me to just start this case, you know, get a little in there. Lauren falling for him. No, Lauren is never seen again after this. Moving on. Anyways, we'll get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think we have enough time to do the first section of this case. Let me check. Any comments? Okay, no. Now, this case is really, really good. I mean, even though we already know Miles Edgeworth's backstory with Manfred von Karma from the very first Ace Attorney game, I like it that we have cases in other Ace Attorney games that go further back in the past, you know, to Mia Fey, even to Gregory Edgeworth, Edgeworth's father. That case is really good, but honestly, a lot of time Ace Attorney, like, here's something crazy. I'm gonna be honest. This is rare praise, but Ace Attorney does flashbacks really, really well. That's rare praise and tricks. I know flashbacks are often frowned on in storytelling for being cliche and as a lazy way to distribute information, but no, Ace Attorney, they do flashbacks really well. In this case, a great example of it. Now we have case 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Let's go. My favorite case in the first game. Not my favorite case overall. That's a Turnabout Forsaken in the next game. This one's still pretty good, though. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu, just woke up. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked that the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it! You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy! Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly what I'm saying! Mr. Rel, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me! I'm telling the truth! You gotta believe me! So I had to kind of come up with those voices on the fly. He's wrong. Well, yeah, you know this already. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Sorry, I couldn't do Callisto and Bjorn's voices on the fly because I just had to improvise them. So I'll get their voices better as we go on, though. But yes, we have a younger Edgeworth back when he was significantly more blunt and less nice than he is now. Anyways, September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor, lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so, it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. I gotta get my Manfred von Karma voice ready. I had a really good voice for this guy, but I have to see if I can get it. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. I have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career. I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Today's trial should have just ended in 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is that his claiming that the case prosecutor, Bjorn Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday is such a fool! He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Bjorn Faraday? Humph! He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me the way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals. I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In the place of the accused prosecutor, Bjorn Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma! So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodofian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deed Man, such an unsubtle pun, Deed Man, dead man. The victim, Mr. Deed Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case is Mr. Mackrell. Mackrell, oh gee, that's even less subtle. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident. He was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yadagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodofian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yadagarasu, but that he did not kill Deed Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he's found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's insanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Mackrell as the murderer. The act of Mr. L firing the gun could clearly be seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yadagarasu, Bjorn Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to be simply the murder of a Kodofian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear that I have failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. That is correct! CCU was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Cadofian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Cadofian by the name of Manny Kochen was the suspect. However, due to a lack of evidence, that case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case! I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure all criminals are found guilty, my mentor is really dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor in the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KGA incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of a case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on! The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the original KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes! Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The Grey Thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. I better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Cadofian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious records and release them publicly. Found crew in Payton's case. Payton, wait till you see Turnabout goodbyes in the first game. Manfred, oh boy, there you find out a whole lot of shit. There's a reason why he was arrested in case 4 of the original game, as well as the main antagonist of the first game, outside of Damon Gant, who was added to the DS port. I'll go into the history of the Game Boy Advance versus DS port of Ace Attorney later, though. No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely, to steal secrets from the Cadofian embassy itself. Since the item the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasus left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG incident and the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate, it seems. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed! Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse! Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why you? Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I could have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Oh. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. Humph. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. September 10th, 4 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Ah, you must be the one. Getting my judge voice back. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have... Okay, I got my old man voice. I could have sworn I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson... Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However... Yes! It will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please! Wait! You have to listen to me! There's an emergency! Defendant lobby number 2! Mr. Faraday and the defendant! The two of them! They're both dead, Your Honor! What? September 10th. So I gotta get my... September 10th, District Court, hallway. Stay back. Get in my Tiro bad voice. It's probably deep voice. Stay back. No one's allowed to enter the crime scene. Period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hot spot. Isn't she Mr. Rel's defense attorney? Hey! You! No running in the hallway, pal! And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tiro Bad. Homicide. I need to... Okay. Detective Tiro Bad. Homicide. I want to do like a gruff voice, but I'm having so many gruff voices. I have like Shilong Lang. Detective Tiro Bad. Homicide. No, it's... No, I can work that. Right. Detective Tiro Bad. Homicide. No. Frick, I need to come with a voice for this guy. To just do a deep voice. Detective Tiro... No, it doesn't work. I need to do another gruff voice. Detective Tiro Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So, how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror! How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. No, I need to give him the Ray Lundgren voice. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence! This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called up to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people that I don't know, especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie. Bah. So, Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Don't take me for some naive novice? So you're a student of Von Karma? I should have... Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there! These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts! Thanks for the great laugh. But please, try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. I'm just kidding. Stop goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth... but of course, I've heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I've heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to the detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Ugh, what's so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. Well, that's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And you are?
Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe, and I recently achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, Maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first.
This detective's entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe. Excuse me. Would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Well, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defend in lobby number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and then I kinda froze.
Your detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to know what it's like to hear one at close range.
Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went through lobby number 2 together. Both men were lying there, dead.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's about it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion.
Miss Yu, there's someone here who wishes to see you.
Who is it?
A Cadofian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin.
What? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just change all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go.
Bad? Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception.
Do you know Detective Bad, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday, I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. The imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
No! Not you again! Fuck you, game!
Why? Papa, how can you place him in charge? Francisca, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Francisca von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also a junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it! You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! Shut up, Freeman! Ha! If you're able to pass, then I'll absolutely have no vacation at all. Bah, I read it wrong! I'll never allow myself to lose to you! Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Francisca. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad? Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with authority over this crime scene, Bad, and I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Francisca, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me! Hold up, Von Karma! I still haven't agreed to this! Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Francisca. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a fucking babysitter. It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Gotta get some water. 1 second. Backies! Okay. September 10th, 4:15 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. God, now I gotta put up with a 13-year-old version of this bitch. Fine. Hang on. Oh, God! This first section is huge! We may not actually be able to do all of this one here, fellas. Oh my God, she cannot be urinified. Is this the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha, well then. Let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime scene. How delightfully childish. Alright. You kids, over there, hold it. Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two.
Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do.
Eek! Thank you, prosecutor boy! Let's get your investigation started already, alright?
Great. Not even that detective is treating me like a child.
Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy!
My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as prosecutor to look into your monthly salary.
What? What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was?
That's up to you now, isn't it?
Really? Sounds good, pal.
He's so naive.
Begin investigation. Defendant lobby number 2. Okay, so first things first.
Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
The 21 gun salute's coming.
Oh my gosh.
What is it? I'm trying to give him like a Ray Lundgrenish voice.
What is it?
And Zero learned from HR. It appears that both a knife and gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire these weapons?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kadofian staff member.
Ray's a bit more rasp whispery. I have a hard time. I can't do Liam O'Brien's voice, man. I need to like...
Money only dulls the will. In the life I live, I'm only after one thing. Killing. I won't rest until the claw's dead. It was used to kill the Kadofian embassy... It was used to kill the Kadofian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him once the start as well.
Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... Is it possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife under the guise of prosecutorial evidence? He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it.
Huh. Maybe got a brain in there after all, kid.
Is he going to treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this.
Not yet. I feel that's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Alright. Fine, I can start investigating. Okay, so we... In the middle of the crime scene, left. Okay, window on the right with the curtains open is first. The window is open and... there's a fresh flowery scent in the air.
Ugh! The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly!
Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal! They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows?
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one can get through these windows, right?
They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Alright, next we examine the long table. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance.
Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything out in the hallway, you know?
Maybe the plastic bags got on the floor are throwing us off. Okay, next we examine the television.
Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing's huge! Ah! And way too noisy!
You're the noisy one, Scruffy.
Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it.
But I didn't touch it!
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work.
The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. Okay, next we then examine the dead bodies. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However,
using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha!
What was that outburst for?
My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first. See?
You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright. So first, we examine the handgun.
Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So we shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun.
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although, I doubt I'll ever need to use one.
Well, I hope I have to never fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyways, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Okay. Next, we examine the knife.
Looks like Mr. Rell died with this knife in his hand.
There's some blood stuck on it.
Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yup, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes about it. And then next, we examine the bloody plastic bag in the bottom left. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, Detective.
You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyways, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Then we examine the left hand.
His hand is all blocked down here, see? I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain.
An ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal?
Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
Well, that's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Death is bad enough, but what's truly lamentable is that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rel's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with the way the things are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you have a point. Hurry up and get on with it. Levy.
Yes, sir. We finished enough photos of the scene, sir.
And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya?
Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir.
Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective.
Yes, sir! Understood, sir!
Alright. Now we start examining. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright. Now we examine Faraday's breast pocket for the pen. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen.
Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bat is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. Alright, and then we do his wound.
There's a knife wound in his chest here, see?
I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Labby.
Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir.
Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Okay, next. His wound. Take knife. Examine Mac Rell's body's wound. It's a point-blank shot because of the because of the gunpowder burn. So he was shot in the chest.
It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
There aren't many burn marks on his clothes. That must mean...
Wait, burn marks?
A round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away.
You sure do know a whole bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal.
Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Jesus! Yeah, this younger Edgeworth is, he's a lot meaner. He takes after Von Karma a lot. Especially when your adoptive parent is a literal corrupt prosecutor. I guess that makes sense. Let's now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then, he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then, the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case.
What a crazy way to go!
Still, something about explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what's happened here. Now it's time to logic. Ink stain with the fountain pen. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen.
Ooh, let's ask the lab guy!
Detective Gumshoe, I confirm the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen.
I see! Good work! You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life!
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
Okay, and then we connect tiny table with plastic bags. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there?
Another reason?
I believe it's possible the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Eek! Please get that blood away from me, pal!
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on, let me ask the lab guy.
All right, please hurry.
Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, that technician said they didn't find anything else on the bag either.
It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility.
No way, pal! Really?
I suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright, let's see now. So now, deduce Faraday's right hand. And present his fountain pen.
Eureka!
Now we've come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it's this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal! That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion, and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand, and after, he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us.
Investigation complete.
September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. No time? That's kind of funny. Here's the autopsy report. It's probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from a stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? You are 13 years old. Just sit in the back of the line and let me fucking investigate this case, you stupid little brat! That you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Sit back down at your desk. No, no, no. Timeout chair. Corner. Now. Bad. bad, Franny! Ow, I bumped my ear. Sit in the car. Oh my gosh. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Okay, time to put this stupid idiot in her place. What happened? Let me just scroll down a little bit here. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rel survived for a short time. From this, it was obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel. I don't know, bro. I don't know if you want to do that. And Mr. Rel, on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Go play Badgerland or something. I'm not defending her. I'm just saying that when you have fucking lawyers like Phoenix Wright, Goddo, and so many others in the Ace Attorney universe, you'd have to be the perfect criminal to murder her and get away with it. Hey, if you want to do it, be my guest. Anyway, sorry. Back to the game now. And Mr. Rel, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Stupid, arrogant little brat. Bro, you make Sis look like an angel in our RP. Okay, alright. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous. Therefore, he must have attacked first. Wouldn't that be John Doe? Actually, it is funny because Shelley the Killer did actually shoot Francisca in Justice for All. She did, and that's why Edgeworth was the prosecutor in Pharaoh My Turnabout, because literally, Shelley almost killed Franny. This is the thing about Shelley the Killer that honestly makes him legitimately one of the few successful killers in Ace Attorney. With Search on the second thought. Yeah, she would have. No, but funny ever comes Shelley, actually, because Shelley the Killer, he is the only culprit in all of Ace Attorney that got away with it. Legit, the great assassin of the Killer clan is still out there. Years later, he's not been caught. He is that good. He has survived 3 cases. There are few other Ace Attorney culprits who can say that. Was the first case in second game, lol. Wonder what's funny? I like Justice for All, but I fucking hate Reunion and Turnabout. It's my least favorite case. It's not just because of Francisca. Even though that is Franny's debut case, I still hate Reunion and Turnabout for other reasons, but that'll be a whole other rant. Anyways, gotta save my voice here. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous. Therefore, he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Alright. Okay, so we press the statement and Mr. Roll on the brink of his death. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna get another drink because my throat is really dry, bro. Okay. The case of Francisca's nepotism. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, hang on. Audio's still good, right?
The case of Francis.
Okay, yeah, my audio's still good. Okay, just had to double check. Press it.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yeah, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that last statement to your testimony. Fine. Okay, and then we present Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. Is it not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it out at some point? So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed? Isn't there something strange in Francisca's statement just now? Yep, something's off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. Then we present the crime scene notes. Yep.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. To do this? No? I actually had something else I had to do, because Frank had to reschedule with me. Anyways. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Ooh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If you suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot, then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. My god. This is why I hate Francisca, guys. Literally, every single statement this stupid frickin' character makes is just an instant eye roller for me. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is the order the bodies fell. Let me get this straight. What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rel. Then, the wounded Mr. Rel found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rel died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rel's. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Oh boy. What happened part 2? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rel's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Alright. So now, at the same time, we press this. What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume that Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and the revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on top of the... That is how Mr. Rel wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got! Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Okay. Then we present the handgun.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it's written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on top of each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. Well, what a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person attacked first with murderous intent, that would be neither man. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which way we claim, no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If that person was truly here, the fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof of this has all been set up, made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves there's a third person involved? It is... the plastic bag.
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand, and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah!
Looks like we still got a long way to go in this investigation.
Yes.
Objection.
What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What?
What's the meaning of this?
Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you! During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway! What?
See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir!
It would appear the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. Looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle!
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of the two men. Now spit out the truth or so help me.
I ever lied to anyone, sir! Honest! I was really there! I was in the hallway the whole time!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I'm the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish for a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Let's ask him about the motive. I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything?
No, sir! Not me! Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir!
Is that a fact?
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying!
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're so serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's another salary cat for you, you nitwit!" A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal! No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge!
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Sir!
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misused perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Alright. Present caged overview, and then there were one out there with a motive to kill, but hang on. What? Wait, why is this guide wrong? This one. Heading to bed soon. Alright, buddy. Rest well. Thank you for joining us. You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Raise it. Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. Okay. Motive for killing Mr. Rel. Because, right, he doesn't really have a motive for Mr. Rel. I understand Detective Gumshoe potentially has a motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight. Or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Ahem. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the men. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and to set it up to look like they killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. There's no one out there with a grudge against both men. I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member. And the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Okay. And then, we present the KG8 statement here. Miss Yu, I believe there's someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG8 incident, and a member of the Kadofian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Kochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kadofian embassy staff, Mr. Rel, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal! Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect. Make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it!
Humph. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out of...
You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Cochin was up in the viewing gallery, watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop at this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
Then the only real suspect we have still is Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No way! Come on, Detective Bad! You gotta believe me, sir! I really was in the hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into this room, sir!
Okay, then. Are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No, there was no one else, sir!
Then why should I believe you didn't do it?
This is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some kind of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he's innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out on duty or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe. It's time for your interrogation.
Detective Bad.
Miles Edgeworth, I will go ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho, ho, ho!
Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? So, what'd you want to ask me about? The current case of the murdered Cadofian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have been calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And, what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are both useless inside and outside of the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you could stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG incident she is. So we get to the newspapers. Yep, victim Miss CCU. Okay, it's the triangle button. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Through the victim. Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. What? Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help. Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Ahem. Alright, fine. I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities is the Avmano group. was my sister, CCU, as I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. Now, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. That the evidence had been tampered with! Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amana group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out, they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know, which is why I want to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy! Stop it with the scary face already! I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping as she laughs, it's kind of creepy. Ahem. But just as Mr. Bad said, he is not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go. Making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, the detective. Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying. Even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth! Okay, finally, a pause point. Just what the doctor ordered. Save my progress. Alright. Let's go ahead and back out of here. Okay, y'all, that's gonna be it for this video. Next time we'll be doing the rest of this case. Probably not tomorrow. But until then, I'm Quint, and have a good one. Bye-bye!